Good evening and welcome to the March 25th, 2024 meeting of the Akron Public School Board. Roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molnar.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, and I'd like to welcome our Scholar Board member this evening from Firestone CLC, Zaya West. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. West, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you're able to stand, please do so.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we will have our community and school reflections, and we will start with our Scholar Board member with us this evening, Ms. West. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zaya West. I'm a junior at Firestone CLC. This is my first year serving on this board as a board member, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity. I am a part of the College Credit Plus program at the University of Akron. I've taken 4 college classes throughout my high school career, so far being Intro to Public Speaking, Intro to Psychology, English Composition 1, and Bach to Rock. For those that don't know, Bach to Rock is a music history class where students learn music fundamentals like dynamics and origin. As well as being a CCP student, I am a student athlete. I am a 3-year letterman in golf and track. I'm a 2-time city champion in shot put, and last year I won city championships in the discus. This is also my 2nd year being the varsity track captain. In addition to being a CCP student and a student athlete, I am the member of the Future Climbers program with the Always Climbing Project. The Future Climbers program is a group of students at Firestone who work on leadership skills, public speaking, building connections between generations, and of course, making positive change in the city of Akron. The founder of the project, Bryce Harris, who is the school counselor at Helen Arnold, Mr. Harris has impacted my life by helping me find one of my purposes, which is helping people with disabilities. Being a part of the Future Climbers program led me to start a foundation for individuals with disabilities or special health care needs called Limitless Dreams. When I was going through a tough time at school and at home, the co-founder of the Always Climbing Project, Brian Hall, stepped in and became a mentor to me and helped me through my difficult time. Ryan Hall is a safety resource officer at Ennis Middle School. For you today, I have 2 calls of actions for the board members. One is that there is a policy in place for families like mine who have students enrolled in APS with disabilities. For example, my sister, she has Alport syndrome, and this causes her to miss school or be tardy for school. My family has received notice that she will be disciplined because of her absences and tardies, but her condition was not taken into consideration. My family has taken several steps to get documentation from the doctor regarding her attendance. My second call to action is that the improvement of credit recovery. As a student in credit recovery, it only gives kids the credit to graduate, but does not improve GPAs. It would be helpful if credit recovery gave students credit and also improved GPAs. Taking action on these issues will improve overall mental health of students in APS. Improved mental health will improve attendance, GPAs, and improve graduation rates. My family and friends are here with me today, and I'd like to thank them for all their love and support. Please stand. On behalf of the student board members, thank you, elected board members, for your time. What questions can I answer?
Thank you, Ms. West. Are there any questions for Ms. West? Vice President Jackson.
Excellent presentation, and thank you for those action items that are in serious consideration in my mind. Even I was making sure I was documenting those things. I wanted to be clear. You said you started your own foundation. What was the name of that foundation?
Limitless Dreams.
Limitless Dreams. And it focuses on, so could you tell me a little bit about that, just for clarity?
So Limitless Dreams is a foundation that focus on helping individuals with special health care needs as well as through sports. So last year in September, we had our first event held at Firestone, actually, and it was a beautiful event. We had 100 families come out and have fun. We had Firestone student athletes come and volunteer, and it was just a beautiful day. So we worked towards bringing sports and children and individuals with special health care needs together.
How awesome is that a young person like yourself is that visionary? But those are the great expectations I have for young people, because even though when I talk about entrepreneurship, this is a nonprofit sector of that, and that there's many community organizations that can help support that even further. And so I'm excited to hear how you utilize student athletes, and that Firestone was available for you. I would have loved to attend that event. I may have missed it on the calendar invite through the district, but I'm excited for you and the great things that you are doing. And I can't wait for Ms. Hall to speak, because you spoke of something that I know is personally something that Ms. Hall spoke about. You're looking like, what are you talking about, Carla? When you talk about your attendance and things being taken in consideration, because am I getting to know Member Hall, and I'm going to defer to her as I just put her on the spot, but this policy that you're asking about in regards to attendance and discipline connected with attendance without considerations for families and healthcare needs and other obstacles that family may face is something that is really a duty of this board. So I'm glad that a student, which is why I became a board member in the first place, is due to the work of the students and the support teachers, the grassroots stuff, because I'm not a politician or anything like that. People say, yes, you are, Carla. That's the only reason I care about. And this is a valid issue. Summer graduated in 1998. And so Summer is going to tell you a story that aligns with your story. So if we ever see a reason for much needed policy change and to really take under consideration, I think you brought this before us today. And so I'm grateful for that, and I thank you.
Thank you. Also, it's an annual event, so we should be having one in September of this year. So hopefully you guys can come out.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely, and hopefully we'll get the information, because that's our fourth E, is entrepreneurship, and the nonprofit space is part of entrepreneurship, and this is giving back. So this is philanthropic work, because you're giving back to others, and it's just a good work. It's one of those feel-good things. So again, I thank you. I thank you for your vision. I thank you for your heart. And isn't it great to be in American free enterprise where you can be visionary and put stuff. Any way I can help you, please let me know.
Of course. And thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not just words. So look me up. Any way I can help you. Fundraising, anything, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Hall.
Thanks. Well, thank you. Thank you, Vice President Carla Jackson. So I just want to say congratulations and job well done so far.
Thanks.
And I see a great future ahead of you, and just say I'm proud of you. As Ms. Jackson said, I will speak briefly because you did bring that up about families with disabilities and discipline for being tardy. I, too, in 1997, or no, it was 98, my senior year, my mother was disabled. She woke up one morning and couldn't walk. And after years, I was 17 when this happened. And just seeing your mom from being this person just out and about, going around, doing her thing, to crying every morning, every night from being in pain. And so I had 4 younger siblings where they had to go to school. And their school was 3 blocks from my school, which made me I would have been a little tardy. And my mom went to the principal and tried to, hey, is it okay if Summer's late? 5-10 minutes? No, not acceptable, not at all. She will be kicked out, suspended. Here, I've never been in trouble in school at all, And I was an office worker in first period, so it's not like it would have mattered. And so, fortunately, my mom had a voice through my aunt Helen Arnold, the late Helen Arnold, where she could talk to her and say, hey, this is what's happening, this is the response. But we don't always know our voice or who we need to talk to, regarding that. Instead of going over somebody's head, we want to go to that person and talk. But when it doesn't work out, we do need to figure that out, because it's not fair to children to be punished for helping their family. We have so many kids nowadays that are raising their siblings,
Yes.
doing the best that they can, but they're still trying to go to school. And when staff, puts a burden on that student of being in trouble, most kids will just drop out of school, but we don't want that. So I commend your family for pushing through and continue to get some answers. And if you don't get answers, you have the superintendent, you have us, and let's just try to figure out a way to help students whose families have disabilities so that they can continue to be their great self. And with that, I wanted to know, why is CCP so important to you?
CCP, I've been a part of CCP for 2 years now, and it has benefited me in more ways than one. But I will say, being a part of the College Credit Plus program, I've had my ups and downs. So recently this year, being my junior year, I will say it's my toughest year of high school. Mental health has really took a toll on me, just at home and in school, just a lot of things going on. So I definitely had my downside of CCP, but I would love to continue and push people to do it, because it's such a great experience going to those college classes and getting a feel of what life is after high school. Is such an amazing program, even though I will say some downsides are there's not a lot of resources for kids like us. So I mentioned I was a part of the credit recovery program this year, and that's because of CCP. So my credit recovery story isn't like most students. I failed my English Composition 1 class, and that was not because I did not try. I kind of just got into a position mentally where I could not do anything. Like getting up and going to school. The class was at 7:30, which that was my fault. I don't know why I picked a 7:30 class. But that is just, I stopped going to the class. I just kind of gave up, but there was no resources for me. Like I had my parents and I had people, but that I didn't realize there was other resources till after I made my mistake. And that's why I'm here pushing credit recovery, because most kids' stories, not every kid in credit recovery is necessarily a bad student, but the stigma behind it is that you didn't try. Like you're in here because you're just a bad kid, you're one of those kids. And I'm not saying that isn't everyone, but it's not who I am. I was a 3.5, 3.0 student, and then I just hit a rough patch. Like my GPA now is a 2.9. So, and I understand, and that's the mistake I made. And I'm in credit recovery doing the work because I made my mistake, and I'm here to better myself. But why do all this work just to graduate? Like, I want to go to college for sports. They're going to see that. They're not going to see the work I did in credit recovery. They're just going to see, oh, she failed a class. She didn't try. But nobody knows my story, and that's why I'm here presenting this today.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And when I met you earlier, you had told me that reason. And I told you, thank you for giving me the explanation and the reasoning behind it. Because when my brother went to STEM, I was telling you that, they have recovery courses where, if you don't do good during your classes, before the end of the semester, they let you do a recovery. And I used to always say, this is pointless, because you don't get these opportunities when you go to college. And at your job, they don't let you do all this. But when you told me your story, I have to sit back and now apologize to my brother, because he could have been going through some other things too, that I was not aware of.
And yes, today I was talking to some of my teachers, and I don't like saying I'm in credit recovery for that reason, because I don't want people to see me as a bad student. I'm not a bad student. I just had a moment, and that's why mental health is such a big thing, and it goes unnoticed. Some days it was hard getting out of bed and coming to school, but I didn't want my attendance to fail, and stuff happened, and be disciplined. But I know what I did was wrong, and I But anytime I had credit recovery today, going into that classroom, I just feel like someone I'm not, because I'm with those kids who I see in the hallways or vaping in the bathrooms. That's not who I am, and I don't want to own that. So I'm not saying that credit recovery should just be an opt-out. I'm just saying that there should be other ways to benefit the kids who actually realize they made the mistake, doing the work, getting through credit recovery. There should be a more helpful and beneficial way to get them better results, because everyone deserves a second chance. And I feel like credit recovery is their second chance.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. West? You are amazing. It's wonderful to sit here and witness what you've shared
Thank
with
you.
us. And I am just so proud of all that you're doing.
Thank you.
And those who know me know I'm very partial to scholar athletes. So it's wonderful to hear all of those athletic teams you're a part of and your record being the City Series champ. Can you tell me how sports has maybe helped support you or even your peers in terms of mental health challenges?
Oh my gosh. I started golf in high school, so as a freshman. So I can't really speak to that, but I've been doing track and field my entire life. I've been doing it since 3rd grade. And track is kind of the reason I'm here today. Like, I love track. And last year, I was a part of the indoor track team at Firestone. It was the first year they did it. And the coach, Janelle Harris, she's a teacher at Case. Right, at Case. She just lit a fire in me that I've always did track for like the social piece, because I'm like, oh, my brother was doing it, my friends are doing it. But last year I had that realization that like I can do this. Like, this is something I want to do. But track has always kind of been my escape. Like this year I was like, just push it till track season. Like get there, because it's just some calmness. You know, I'm a thrower, so I do shot put and discus. So if I want to take my anger out, why fight? I could just throw a shot put, like, if I wanted to. And for other people, it's been the same thing. Running, I don't run. Please don't make me run. But running, sometimes that's people's calm, like, and it kind of actually helped me with my anxiety a little bit that I have, because sometimes when I have to do like my warm-up lap, when I'm tired, it helps me regulate my breathing and know how to calm my nerves. And it's just, I don't know, I just love track. I just love talking about it, because the moment I step in the ring, it's like, I'm here to show out, do what I need to do. And I mean, winning is a plus, but I really don't do it for the medals. I do it because I love it and I care about it. Golf is kind of weird, because being an African-American woman in a majority white male sport is a different conversation for a different day. But golf is so beautiful, being out there with the nature. Like, I love nature. I love sunset. So there'll be times where we're playing at like 6 o'clock and the sun is setting, and I get to see the pink hour that goes on, and I just with my golf sisters, and also the family that sports brings. I think nobody can understand. Like, my track team knows that me being the captain, everybody calls me the team mom, but those are my girls. Like, I will do anything. If I see them in the hallways, they already know. If Zai come catch me in the hallways, I got to go back to class. And I will walk them to class and tell them, if I see you in the hallways again, I'm going to tell coach. But they know that, because it's a certain respect that sports gives, and there's a certain community that I think could help people with mental health, because a lot of people who face mental health issues feel like they're alone. When I was in my off season, I felt like I was alone. And coming back, having that indoor track team, having my family back, made me want to do better, because I had something worth living for. Like, I knew sometimes I don't even want to come to school now, but I know I got to go to practice, because I got to show up for my girls. We have a track meet this Thursday against Garfield and East, and I know I got to be there for them. I got to show out. I got to be the example. So that's my piece.
Wonderful, amazing, and again, thank you so much for sharing. Continue, not luck, because you're just doing a thing, and I look forward to some invitations,
Of course.
to some of those things. So thank you, and congratulations to your parents and your family
Thank
as
you.
well. Okay, so we are still in the community and reflections topic. Are there any members who have anything to share? Ms. Hall.
Thank you, President Autry. This Saturday, I attended the Delta Sigma Theta 40th Cotillion Ball. 15 young ladies were represented there. We actually have one of those young ladies here. Zora, would you stand up? And her mom is assistant principal, Larissa Brown, at East CLC. And the cotillion is something like a coming out, right? Coming out to society as a young lady. That was actually my 26th anniversary, Carla. And my daughter was also in it in 2018. And just to experience that, it's all the glam with the big white ball gowns and all of that and doing the waltz, but it's so much more. You have to learn etiquette if you don't know, and just learning how to waltz. In the Black community, we really don't do things like that, but that's something that's big that teaches our kids how to do that. And Ms. Jackson said she would like to go out for the cotillion too, just to let you know that. But yeah, it was just a wonderful experience to be there with my daughters and to show them, other ways of life. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Any other community or school reflections? Ms. Jackson.
I promise you it was not orchestrated for me to wear this sweater. It's a wardrobe thing, and it's the only one that was in my office. So, yes, I too attended the cotillion. I had a very busy time, some weekends, some greater community events since the last time we met. And so I guess I can piggyback and start with Member Hall in regards to the cotillion. It was a great event. It's regal. It teaches students etiquette. It's their introduction into the world and exposing them to things some of them have already been exposed to, but helping to further that connection. But I wanted to focus on our scholars that participated in the cotillion and the monies they received. A lot of our leaders within our district, our young ladies, were also leading in the cotillion. We had Aaliyah Golden. She's the student ambassador at Bookto High School, very involved. She also plays sports at Bookto High School. She's a member of the Young Scholars Program, so she will be attending school at The Ohio State University upon her graduation in the spring, in May. She received a scholarship. Casey Anderson, who's also a student board member, she came and she spoke with us not too long ago. She attends Casey attends Akron Early College, and she received around $1,300 worth of scholarships. Kaylin Daniels, who also attends Akron Early College, she received a scholarship for $1,000. Mache Ferry, who attends Bookto, she received scholarships totaling an amount of $2,300 from the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Cotillion, and she was escorted by Coach Hees. And if you all know, Coach Hees is one of our student board members. He attends East High School. He's also a student athlete, and he shared with us he's on his way to college as well. So it was just so great to see that he was participating, because although it highlights our young ladies, our young men do have to sacrifice, and they have to learn to waltz, and they have to be at practices, and they have requirements too. So it's just showing how multifaceted and diverse our young people are, and how they're maximizing their time and opportunities. And then Sienna Harvey, who she attends Bookto, She's also a student board member and the Harold K. Stubbs scholarship recipient. She also received the scholarship award. I want to talk a little bit about Sienna later as well. Sandra King, she attends Akron Early College. She also received a little over, I think, $5,000 maybe total in scholarships. And then Flor Ridden, she also attends Bookdo, and she looks forward to attending the University of Akron in the fall. Ariana Sims, Firestone High School. She was escorted by Kyron Dortch, who also attends Firestone High School. And each of these people that I'm reading received financial scholarships. And Darren D. Wright, I hope I said that name right, Darren D. Wright, received over $6,500 in scholarship. Darren D. attends Firestone High School, and she was escorted by William Calhoun III, who also attends Firestone High School. Other escorts were Gian Smith from Akron Early College, Demetrion Duval from Bookdo, Antoine Hunt from Bookdo, Narvis Jones from Akron Early College, Kamarian Marks from Bookdo, and Christian Roba, Akron Early College. So I just wanted to make sure that I recognize them and their scholastic efforts in other community events, participate in other community events, because some of these scholarships were as a result of their GPAs, of their industriousness as far as ticket sales and things like that. So I just really wanted to highlight them. Now, Friday before last, Judge Harold K. Stubbs has a scholarship banquet. Member Sykes was there. Mr. Sykes, Dr. Sykes was there. They're regular supporters of the Harold K. Stubbs. So I know that Member Sykes is a board member, but it's so wonderful when you see people from the community that regularly supports things for our young people, such as the Harold K. Stubbs scholarship banquet. There were also multiple elected officials there, and so was glad to see them in the room and also giving their support. But who was really in the room was our scholars, Akron Public School scholars, and I'm going to list the scholars that received full tuition scholarships from the University of Akron. We had Rupesh Kami from East High School, East CLC. We also had Sienna Wren from Bookdo High School, Serena Zhang from East High School, and Graciane Sykes from East High School, who received full tuition scholarships to the University of Akron. I think that deserves a round of applause. We want to thank our community partners that don't just partner with words, but actually with actions, and to sow into our young people in such a way. And it was a pleasure to even meet the Vice President of University of Akron, as I talked about the North High School scholars. And I know it was plenty of students at North that told me they wanted to go to University of Akron. And he said, Ms. Jackson, if you have students, I can help you get those students in the University of Akron. So I'm thankful to the University of Akron, Dr. Sheldon Rice, and his efforts in the support of the scholarship as well. Other Akron Public School students that received scholarship was Riley Green, he attends STEM High School, and Sienna Harvey. Again, Sienna Harvey was one of the debutantes in the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Cotillion, and she also received the scholarship from Judge Harold K. Stubbs. So again, I wanted to highlight our young people because they are doing great things, and I definitely wanted to highlight because Bookdo is my cluster, and you know, it's a saying like, what good can come out of Nazareth? And a lot of times people say, what good can come out of 1040? And I'm here to tell you a lot of good is coming out of 1040. A lot of good is coming out of Bookdo High School. Students are being agitators and game changers. They're innovators. They're scholars, and they're doing great things. So as the liaison for Bookdo, I want to highlight that excellence does look different, and these students have showed us that. The same with Cochise and East High School, and these students who receive full tuition scholarships from that attend East High School to go to the University of Akron. These scholarships are not just given, they are earned. And we take into account the academic efforts of these students, the rigor of the classes that they take. So I definitely want to thank Project Grad, who is also assist us to make sure these students are filling out these applications, the wonderful counselors at both East and Bookdo, because as you know, if you follow me on this board, I always say, why are these kids not applying for scholarships? What is the disconnect? Why are they not going to school? And so I am delighted to see an increase in those things. I also attended last Friday trade Trayvon Gordon, 2010 graduate from Garfield High School. If you all remember when I was doing my highlight of featuring students in our district, our student entrepreneurs who had their own brand and their own products, and I was purchasing products and I was coming to each board meeting with their various products. Well, Trayvon Gordon is a young man. He, as I said, he went to Garfield. He graduated in 2010. He's a military veteran, a college graduate, a husband, a father. And I love his story because he talks about how he was not a high-performing student. It may have not even been positive for him to go to college. But here he stands as an African-American male, a veteran, and a college graduate, not with just a bachelor's, but with a master's, not with just a bachelor's, excuse me, with a master's degree. And even though he has a profession and he works professionally, he's also an entrepreneur. And he started his business in Georgia. He's been working out of Georgia, but he has since brought that industry to Akron. And on Friday, he hosted a wonderful gala to where he highlighted his different lines of clothes, and he brought a lot of people to the Akron area, which helps our economy. You see, it's that free enterprise mindset. And what you feed is what will grow. And this is one of our scholars. And he wasn't a 4.0 scholar. He wasn't someone that you might see all paraded. And nothing's wrong with our students who are academically strong. But we have to also pay attention to our students who are about the middle of the way. See these students because it's still greatness in them as well, and it's about us tapping into that. And so he had the event at the Akron Art Museum, again, bringing money and people into the city of Akron. So what we feed is what will grow. We want to see a difference in our city, then it starts with how we invest in our schools, our young people, the visions of what they have, and supporting them in industry. Firestone High School graduate Bradley Dennis spoke at the Harold K. Stubbs award dinner. And he spoke about having big dreams and, having graduated, and I think he said with maybe a 2.5 GPA, and saying he wanted to be a lawyer and go to law school. And he said that individuals told him he needs to aim lower, because it's not likely with such a GPA that you'll be able to go to college and do what you thought to do. But he didn't believe that report. It's a saying I like: whose report will you believe? I know it's no secret I'm a Christian, so I believe the report of the Lord. And so he did not believe that report, and he continued to try and work. So he ended up graduating, going to one of the top law schools, graduated from that law school, and now he works for one of the top law firms in Cleveland, Ohio. This young man who they told to aim lower, who graduated with a 2.5 GPA. These are our students, and this is what happens when we support, when they have support, when we speak life, and when we talk life to these students. So Zaya, that's why I'm excited to see you, beloved, because you are what it's all about. Trey Gordon is what it's all about. Bradley Dennis is what it's all about, and all these learners who I spoke of. And this is why the support of you all and your visions and what you need, what you tell us you need, not what we think you need, but what your real experience is in real time, and where you say, this is where I need you to work for me, because that's what I signed up for. And so policy, that's what the board does. That's our job. And so I think that we can help you with. Amen. And so lastly, Bookto High School. We had Mr. Davon Caldwell-Sells, the student board member. He came and he addressed us, and he told us about some things. He talked about the PBIS, Positive Behavior Incentive School Store, and, they start putting healthy snacks in there, and so it really was not a positive incentive to do well. He talked about the healthy snacks and how could we help them with that. And so I just want to put out a clarion call to everyone who's watching the meeting and in the audience, if we can look to see about donating items, because they're looking to do a ribbon cutting in May for the school store for these students, and more information will be forthcoming about that type of things that they're looking for. If you want to give monetary donations, that will be accepted as well, but we'll get other information to share, possibly on our website, Superintendent, and maybe y'all don't want me reporting out for an hour at a board meeting, so it will have it posted up. And that concludes my reflections.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson. Any other community and school reflections? Dr. Molnar?
Hi, I just have hopefully a quick two and a half, but I do want to say thank you again to especially our Firestone student board member here. My first reflection is on March 15th, I went to Firestone and I watched their performance of SpongeBob. I love watching all of the student performances, and I love the way that as a district we're able to foster the creativity and the arts and encourage our students to really dream big and be successful. And so often in a high school musical, there might be one or two kids who have a good solo. But in this play, SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, Pearl, and Squidward, I think they all had multiple solos, and they were excellent. And the costumes, every time I saw Squidward, I could not stop laughing. It was such a great costume. And one of my goals as a board member, side note, was to make it to a performance where I got to sit on a balcony. I don't know if they knew that or not, but I did. I made it onto the balcony for this performance, and it was so excellent. When I first heard that it was going to be until 10:30 at night, I thought, oh my goodness, my kindergartner who wants to hear The Best Day Ever is not going to make it, but he did. He stayed awake the whole time because it was just so well done. And what is exciting about that also then is that was 2 Fridays ago, but this last Friday, our Firestone Theater group got to go on a weekend trip. And I'm going to have to check my details here on these notes. So they went on a weekend trip. There were 19 schools, and there was theater training, awards, scholarships, workshops, and they even got to meet Ryan M. Carton, who's from Ohio, and he plays Prince Hans on Broadway, and to see how to really explore this as a viable option for them. It doesn't have to just be a fun pastime or something you put on your resume, but this is an attainable dream for you. And I think that was really exciting. The students who put on The Fairest, which was one of the fall plays, they got to perform that for their other peers from the other districts, and then they actually got to watch one of the other schools put on SpongeBob. And it was the same show, the same set, different school, different interpretation, and so it's really interesting to see how other resources, other artistic visions can make the same thing. And as the students discuss amongst themselves, like, oh, we did that, oh, I didn't think of that, and I heard all the stories when I picked up my daughter on Sunday from this really, really great experience. So I thought that was so wonderful for these students to be able to do. I did not go because I was attending Levy University. And so I thank the board, I thank the community for being able to send me virtually to Levy University. And one of the things that I learned from Levy University and it was information on preparation for potential levies, and I felt lucky to have already had a lot of that initial information. We've already been presented a lot of that really, really critical things, and so I really appreciated the proactiveness of everything that we've had so far, and just the emphasis on just ensuring fiscal responsibility. It's our commitment to prudent budgeting and transparent financial practices that is paramount for us as board members. There's a lot of limitations of what we can do once a levy cycle starts, and there are lots of warnings. You can do this, you can't do this. You can be involved in this, you can't be involved in that. But the one thing that we can do and can always do is just make sure we are effectively managing resources and upholding that duty for students, families, taxpayers, and that is just the simplest thing. And so I really appreciated that learning experience.
Thank you, Member DeMolnar. Are there any other community or school reflections? So I will just share quickly, since we've last met, I had the opportunity to attend the Path to High School Success Male Conference, the 3rd annual, called I'm Still Dope. DOPE is defeating obstacles persistently every day. And so this was organized by Dr. Allison Strickland, Jasmine Britton, and team, and they did an amazing job. It was my pleasure to be there and be amongst the 200 middle and high school young men. They had a lot of different speakers and break-off groups. Member Perry and Member Alexander were also there representing and speaking to the young people. And I just really wanted to give Ms. Strickland a lot of props because she puts her heart and soul into that event, and it really enriches those young men. Also, since we last met, I had the opportunity to visit Litchfield, CLC. I want to thank Mrs. Caparonis and my tour guides, Jaden and Leah, for showing me around and sharing with me. I got to visit their music teacher, Mr. Stefano, who shared with me about a grant that he's applied for in which they can make guitars. And he showed me a lot of the guitars that they've made already. They were amazing. I got to play them. Also, I got to meet several of their staff members there, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons, who are a husband and wife. One is a long-term sub, and one is a student resource officer. And they were just amazing. You could tell they had really good relationships with the students there. I was able to stop in their library, in which they had sewing machines and a calm corner, which I thought was just, I wish that we had a calm corner. But it was just nice to see them putting so much into making that environment a good one for students. And also, I would visited, since we last met, NSCLC. It was my pleasure to meet their principal there, Mr. Curzon, who's doing an amazing job over there, as well as the host tour guides I had, Michaela and Larry over there. And they shared with me about their project with Open M, which is their nonprofit partner. And they're going to be doing some things in their courtyard in terms of their park and their garden out there. So, and they talked a lot about mental health as well. So that seems to be a really common theme. Also, I was able to attend the Young Adult Council sponsored by the Akron Urban League. Always Climbers was there. And this was a group of young people aged 16 and up. Some of them were our current students. Some of them were graduates. But they, they have a lot to say. Each one of them shared a positionality statement that I'm not going to go into, but basically just letting us know who they are, where they stand, how they feel about certain things. And so this group identified some issues that they're going to be focusing on: police accountability, police use of force, education system, and mental health. Surprise. And so they shared with us a trip that they went in Montgomery, Alabama, the Legacy Museum, the Peace Memorial, and it was just very impactful for many of them. And they came back with a lot of good ideas. And I can tell you that they named Akron Public Schools as a strong potential partner in some of these things that they would like to see. And one of those things was a community walk. They want all of staff, not just teachers, but all staff, to just become more familiar with where they come from and to consider coming out into the communities as part of their orientations, to come and to see how they live and see that they're people too. And so they talked about partnering with Akron Police, who was there in the house. And they just had a lot of really good ideas that I will share with you guys via email as well. So that was just really nice to hear from the young people who we are impacting. And then lastly, I was able to attend my very first Grandparents' Day. My granddaughter goes to King CLC, and I was invited to attend this past Thursday. And so I was able to make a house. They had just read, what's the story? The sky is falling, the sky is falling.
Chicken Little?
I think they read that story. So we had to build a house to protect the little chicken from Foxy Loxy. And so we made a little 3D house with toothpicks and marshmallows. But it was just nice to see just the variety of diverse parents coming out and participating in that. And I saw somebody I went to elementary school with, and I'm like, we're grandparents now. But it was well put together. I want to thank that team for inviting and engaging the parents. And so that concludes my community reflections. Next on the agenda is item 2.1, Project Soapbox. Dr. Robinson.
That's right. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy.
My global studies teacher, why I became a history teacher, Adam Matter.
Thank you, Ms. Carla. Members of the board, members of the community, my name is Adam Motter. I'm the social studies and PE curriculum specialist. Today, we'd like to give you an update on something very special. Next slide. This is our 8th grade Change Maker Challenge, and I'm waiting for the next. Oh, I get to do the next slide. Sorry. Our Changemaker Challenge is a experience for all 8th graders in Akron Public Schools. In the first semester, this is an update for you on what happened in the first semester. Our 1,300 or so 8th graders got up in front of their class, got up on their soapbox, and gave a 2 to 3 minute speech in which they identified a challenge important to them in their lives, identified facts and data to support that thing that they wanted to see changed, refuted any counterclaims, did it all with civil discourse, and issued a call to action. All across the district, our 8th grade students did this. I'd like to thank Larry Johnson for his assistance in bringing this together. I'd like to thank Marcy Ebright and her amazing academy coaches for their vision and support. And I'd also like to thank Meg Mannion and her incredible librarians that helped bring this together through the videotaping of a lot of these speeches. Most importantly, though, I'd like to thank our 8th grade social studies teachers who went through training and who took this on to make this a part of every 8th grade social studies class. And we obviously want to thank our 8th grade students for stepping out into a larger world. So instead of showing you, or instead of telling you, it'd be far better to show you. So we're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Bookdole, and our teacher's going to come up, introduce themselves, and then introduce their student. And after their student gives their 2 to 3 minute soapbox speech, wild applause is acceptable. Mr. Russin, you're up.
Good evening, board members. My name is Alexia Russin, and I'm just a social studies worker enjoying the work of teaching social studies at 1040. Substantially more importantly, the person that I'm going to present to you is from the ripe old age of 13, indicating to me from the very first day that I met her that she wants to make a substantial difference in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, on her soapbox, representing Bookdole CLC 6 through 12, Kamara Carter.
Hi, I'm Kamara Carter. Have you ever felt alone? If so, maybe you can relate to some of the things I'm about to talk about. Mental health matters. Today I'm going to talk about why mental health matters and how it can lead to suicide. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, in any given year, 20% of American children will be diagnosed with a mental illness. We also know that nearly 5 million children in the U.S. have some type of serious mental illness. I believe we need to show that we care about mental health before it leads to suicide. CNN reported that over 49,449 people died from suicide in 2022. Many people stay quiet about their mental health being bad because they don't want people to think they are seeking attention. I'm scared of the stories of children my age who act happy then end up committing suicide. I know plenty of friends who act happy for others but are not at their wits' ends, but are at their wits' ends. kids fake smiles every day. We need to find ways to make people feel comfortable talking about their mental health. Everyone needs a shoulder to cry on every once in a while. We need to spread awareness about mental health so there will be less deaths caused by suicide. We need to make sure people are happy. We already have some tools at our disposal. Mental health hotlines and suicide prevention hotlines can help, but not everyone wants to talk to a hotline. Some people need to talk to a real person they feel comfortable with. So today, I want to challenge the board to focus professional development on not just academics, but checking up on students. Sensitivity training for all APS members will help. Even simply asking how their weekend went will make a child feel more comfortable talking about how they really feel. And don't forget to check up on the people you love and tell them how much you love them. You never know what anyone is going through, so be there for them how you would want them to be there for you. Thank you for your time.
I promise I believe you up next.
Hi, my name is Samantha Marinchek, and I'm here representing I Promise. I have Mackenzie Keys with me. First off, I love doing the Soapbox project. It truly was like my greatest joy I've ever had in education. To see students become so empowered and find their voices and be excited to come to class to write was just, it was amazing, and I'm excited to continue this next year. Mackenzie, I'm so proud of the voice that she's gained through her soapbox speech. She is an incredible young lady, and I'm so excited to see what she does in the future with her voice.
Okay. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm going to talk to you about gun violence. We can decide we're no longer willing to accept the violence. We can turn our pain into action. What you decide to do today could save a life, maybe your child's or maybe your own, said Jennifer Rosen-Hines, writer, activist, and founder of Outside Voice. My problem is gun violence, and I'm going to talk to you about it. Who has lost someone to gun violence? All the pain it brings to lose someone to gun violence is heartbreaking. And I know how it feels to lose someone you love to gun violence. Losing someone you love has a big impact on the rest of your life and how you want to live it. It changes the way family celebrates. You always remember who's missing. All the lives that have been taken in this last year due to gun violence is 18,874 people. The more we keep killing each other, the more it becomes an ongoing cycle. And in the world we live in, it's cool to have guns or be a part of a gang. And the sad part is we killing kids that ain't got to live life to the full extent yet. According to Trace, in 2023, more than 1,600 children and teens died of gun violence last year. All I Promise 8th graders say gun violence is a problem, and that's the problem. When are we going to make a change? I want people to help me make change by starting groups for people who have lost someone to gun violence, and they also have groups for kids who have been included in gun violence households. And people are trying to make change by protesting in their communities. I want people to help me by taking these guns from kids and talking to them about gun violence. People can also help by putting the guns down. Also, stop surrounding yourself around gun violence, and adults can be good role models to kids. Remember, it's not cool to be in a gang or have a gun. This could be your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, an innocent kid or adult dying because of gun violence. Will you help me make a change?
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Michelle Nanisto, and I'm an 8th grade teacher at Higher CLC. My colleague, Anita Reinhart, and I worked with our students during the first semester to develop their speeches. We worked with our librarian, our instructional coach. We have another teacher that's doing the Changemaker Challenge for the second semester, Jen Jurgen, and we actually have our academy coach took some of the kids under her wing and helped develop their speeches even further. And Mikai is one of these students that did that. He is passionate about his topic, and he actually had the opportunity to present his speech during the Akron in Action event that we had at Higher CLC a couple weeks ago. So please enjoy this fantastic speech by Mikai Torliger.
Hello, my name is Mikai Torgeler, and my speech will be about genetically modified foods. Genetically modified foods are foods made from genetically modified organisms and crops. These organisms and crops have had their DNA modified in unnatural ways, such as in a lab. For example, they can be made to help give nutrition to people. The nutritional contents of the foods can be altered. Not only that, but in today's world, the genetically modified crops have already been replacing the non-modified. Some of these crops you may know well, such as corn, beans, rice, and more. The percentage of these modified crops being planted are very high compared to the non-modified. 92% of corn planted was mainly all modified. Most are even used for animal consumption. Genetically modified foods take up more than 75% of the entirety of processed foods. The problem with this is that modified foods are widely sold in stores in the U.S. These modified crops are able to withstand toxic pesticides and some insect attacks, this in which reduces the need to use pesticides. I think we should not promote the use of genetically modified foods. There can be risks or side effects to them, such as cancer and not getting the right amount of nutrition. There's no need to use modified foods and alter their nutrition when there are already natural foods that provide good nutrition already. In this current time period, it is worldwide known that some foods are modified. This is bad for people who want to avoid modified foods due to hidden labels. Food manufacturers switch the labels from GMO to bioengineered, which some people may not know. But luckily, some manufacturers make non-GMO things. My call to action is for us to start taking more precautions when testing the modified foods to ensure safety of everybody who eats them.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for the teachers or the students?
Yes, I have a question for Kamara. Since I said I have to speak in the mic. Kamara, my question for you is just to clarify for my notes, because you said that you would like professional development for mental health, and I missed that second part.
Just a second.
When you talk about your action, what we could do.
Oh, I said professional development, and I said sensitivity training for all APS members will help. So like, not just training for academics, but training on how to, because some students might not trust the counselor or something, but they built this personal bond with certain teachers, and they might want to talk to a teacher about how they're feeling because they feel comfortable enough telling the teacher how they feel rather than their parents or counselor or somebody. Just like sensitivity training for case scenarios where a student might say something and they don't know how to, the teacher might not know how to handle it. If they train, if they learn how to handle it, then I feel like it'll be better mental health for the students.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Member Perry.
Mikai, right? Yeah. So, give us an example of some of the common genetically modified foods we might see in the store.
Some examples of the modified foods. Well, you know, fruits like apples and such, and some grapes, seedless grapes and unseeded grapes. No, unseeded grapes. Those ones are mostly modified by the way I see them because of how usually grapes have seeds in them every time. But if they're unseeded, that's mostly because somebody just picked them out or they were made some specific way, not regularly.
Okay. Is it common, like in maybe like chicken breasts, that they're made bigger using, whatever? Is that what we're talking? Stuff like that? No. All right. I mean, is that something? Another example?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sometimes in stores, the chicken it's bigger than it usually should be. Mm-hmm. One time in the store, I saw one that was huge, just like this, and it looked unnatural.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Mikai.
Thank you for all of the teachers. Thank you, Mr. Motter. And thank you, students, for pouring yourselves into this project. We appreciate it. And so we do have a few requests to address the board. And so as they make their way up, I think we have Mr. Myron Lewis first.
Oh, yeah. You can hear out there.
And so, Mr. Lewis, as you approach, just a little preamble, participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific students or student records, personnel matters, and or pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Oh, so I can't do any arguing up here while I'm here. I'm just kidding. No, I'm here. I sent an email out, and this is everything that we've talked about. This is kind of a continuation of that. We have a gentleman that's a Bookto High School graduate. I know him well, and he has entered a documentary film in the Cleveland International Film Festival. This is an APS grad. The story that he has is a wonderful story of trial, triumph, and tribulation. The documentary film is called False Positive, and it's about Butch Reynolds, who also, I think maybe at some time went to APS. He didn't graduate from APS, but he was a young man who went to the Olympics. If you know it, he had a 400 record that stood for decades. But he was, because of False Positive, pretty much everything was taken from him. And this gentleman from Bookto has a film, a documentary film in APS, and I would really encourage us to go and promote that. Go and see it if you can. I would really love to see something like, they have those master classes where he could go to high schools and sit down and talk about the process. Because even though he's talking about Butch Reynolds, he also has a story of triumph himself. And I think that putting these type of individuals in front of our children can help them to aspire higher. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Like I say, he's a good friend. Go to Cleveland Public Theater. It'll give you a little synopsis of the documentary film. And if we could support that as a city, because he's ours. He still stays here, and it's a wonderful thing that he's done. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
False Positive. I'm sorry, I didn't even give his name.
Ishmael.
You know him?
Yes.
Alan. He's a good brother, and he still works with Bookto, does a lot of work with Bookto. So thank you.
Ishmael Amin. And I believe he's working with the Gear Up grant with Project Grad, if I'm not mistaken. Next, we have Pastor Gregory Harrison.
Madam President, if I could, before my time start, I would really ask that we maybe take a look at the public comment period with the 3 minutes. The community reflections took 40 minutes, and if we only get 3 minutes, I think that would be appropriate if the board also had the same time that we had. Thank you. I want to talk about policy. We continue to talk about policy, and I hear the board talk about you're here for policy. And I just want to reiterate what happened last week, last Wednesday. In 2020, George Floyd was murdered. And as a result of George Floyd being murdered, we had all of these entities talking about racism as a public health crisis. We implemented hundreds of policies in different entities. People came out with statements from a national to the international. And since 2020, we've been clawing those things back. We have been clawing them back because equity is really not that important. And I think that the board said last week that it is disposable for convenience. I believe that we really, really have to look at equity. If we're talking about public school students, we're talking about public school policy, we really need to take a look at what has historically happened in Akron. We don't need to look any further than what has happened in Akron. The policy has to be red-threaded. And when you take the red thread out of a piece, what happened last week is what we said is, for convenience sake, because we are in a corner, that we have to take this part out. And then we come here and we hear these impactful stories that the students are saying about their challenges. I would just ask this board to stay with the policies. If you just stay with the policies, and we can make sure that equity is red-threaded throughout the district, if we just stick with the policies. I love hearing the stories of community reflections, but I think those are better left in a newsletter or online so that people can feel comfortable coming down here. We see the timers up here. You've really limited us. We got 3 opportunities to talk. We have an opportunity, we have 3 minutes at the board meeting. We have our vote when we vote school board members in, and we have the levy. Those are the only 3 opportunities that we have to speak. You're talking about a levy now. The school board voted to take out a $60 million loan. A $60 million loan, and the public has no idea how that thing happens, how it works, why we're building a school where we don't need one. We take out a loan for that, and then we're going to ask the public for money to build the school we need. You can't pay for what you want and beg for what you need. That just does not make sense. So I would just ask the board to think about what happened last week. Think about the long-term ramifications of what happened last week. Think about the historical discriminatory practices that have happened in Akron and the kids who have been left behind because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 5.1. I'm sorry, is Superintendent's report. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Autry. Just like to take a moment to reflect for just a second about one of our scholars that we lost on last week, and just remembering the importance of life and our scholars and how valuable they are to us. We have a couple of retirements, and I don't want to mess up the name, but please help me. Is Miss Becca here? Miss Becca, how do you pronounce the last name? Cassiopo. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't want to mess it up. But Miss Becca Cassiopo is a proud graduate of Elliott High School. She continued her formal education by attending the University of Akron, where in 1985, she received a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Family and Child Development. She returned to the University of Akron and in 1998 received her Master's of Arts degree in Elementary Education in elementary school administration. Prior to working for the Akron Public Schools, Ms. Becca worked for Summit County Services Board as a licensed social worker. In 1995, Ms. Becca was hired by the Akron Public Schools as a social services specialist with the Head Start pre-kindergarten program. She remained in this assignment until August of 2002, when her career path changed. Ms. Becca became an assistant principal at both Lincoln and Margaret Park Elementary Schools. In 2004, she was assigned to the position of principal. Her first assignment was at Forest Hill Elementary. After 2 years, she moved to Glover Elementary, where she served as principal for 6 years. In 2012, she became the principal at Reimer CLC, where she continues to serve the students and staff during her final year. Her final year. Ms. Becca has worked hard over the years. She has been viewed as a person strong in building positive relationships with her staff. She has been a staff morale builder and a problem solver. In 2003, former Lincoln Elementary Principal Linda Green once wrote in Ms. Becca Caspiopoulos, did I pronounce it right?
Cassiopoulos.
Thank you. Assistant Principal's evaluation. She is very capable and can make the hard decisions. For 21 years, she has maintained these character qualities. Thank you so much, Ms. Becca, for your devoted and dedicated service to our scholars and to the teachers of Akron Public Schools. Let's give her a hand, please. Thank you. Ms. Sandra Davis. Good evening, Ms. Davis. She's a proud Eagle graduate of Akron Central Howard High School. She honored her country by serving in the United States Air Force, from which she received an honorable discharge. She worked a variety of jobs, but was searching for a permanent home in the workforce. Would her wish come true? Her wish did come true in 1996. The Akron Public Schools hired Ms. Sandra to be a 5-hour custodial worker. Her assignment was at Robinson Elementary School. She became a night assistant custodian, and 5 years later, she was promoted to head custodian. For the next 11 years, she kept Windmere Elementary clean, warm, and safe. Former Principal Patricia Durkin wrote in her evaluation, she goes over and beyond to help staff and administration. Former Principal Megan Lee Wilfong may have said it best when she wrote, she is amazing. She goes above and beyond. Ms. Sandra's career path took a change when she became a school secretary and then a secretary in student services and security in 2015. In 2017, she became a day supervisor, custodial services, where she is currently working. You're going to be missed, and thank you for your work ethic, which has been well documented. Thank you so much for your dedication to Akron Public Schools. Also, Mr. Steve Keenan, I'm not sure if Mr. Keenan is here tonight, but he is being recommended as the interim director of facility services, which will be replacing Mr. Rob Oxler. I wish to recommend the approval of personnel recommendations presented in categories 6 through 17. But I want to ask rhetorically, who do we want to define ourselves as Akron Public Schools in this district today, and years from now, our branding. And where do we want to go, and how do we wish to get there? We get what we prioritize, which is a part of our blueprint for excellence, the strategic plan. When we look at that, we look at cornerstones number 3, operational excellence, and cornerstone number 4, partnerships, family, and community engagement. 15 years ago, we had 8 employees in the Office of Communications. Today, we have 1 and maybe another, depending upon where you wish to consider this employee working. The reason why we are trying to re-establish the communications office is because we want to tell our own story. And we want to tell it proudly, and we want to tell it accurately as it depicts who we are as a school district. We want to capture all of the images so that our community gets a complete understanding of the informativeness from pictures and articles. We also are looking at marketing. Since I arrived, we have been working on marketing and promotion of our district, looking at our social media, trying to strengthen that. This department calls for editing, videography, public relations, writing articles, media relations, internal communication, which is certainly something of a whole nother beast all by itself, and also web designing, all with one person doing that work. And also clarity around branding, which provides evidence of competency around who we are as a school district. It's not about me, but it's about Akron Public Schools. We are a business, and we have to conduct ourselves as one. Having a communications department or comms department, as some people may refer to it, if we want to recruit and attract and maintain employees and scholars, we've got to act like we want that. Because it is a part of what we said our vision and our mission is. And we also have an overload of work. As the superintendent of schools, it is my job to ensure that we have, and working in collaboration with our treasurer, but it is my job as a superintendent to ensure that we have a district that functions and that we have a district that is functioning to the level that we can compete with those that are around us. And so we will ensure that when we bring positions to the board, to our community, that we are looking also at our budget to ensure that this is something that we can afford. But we have to restructure if we want to compete and stay as a viable school district. And if we truly want to get student scholars back to the district or maintain the ones that we currently have, or recruit new employees to the district, or maintain the ones that we currently have, Board of Directors, we're going to have to function in that mindset and in that capacity. And so with that being said, I am asking for the recommendation to approve the personnel recommendations in categories 6 through 17, please. Oh, sorry. Okay.
And so next on the agenda is item 5.1 and 5.2, approval of the previous meeting minutes is actually next on our agenda. Is there any additions or corrections to the minutes? So we will vote on these one at a time since there are two separate meetings. Item 5.1, is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the Monday, March 11th, 2024 meeting?
I move to approve those minutes.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next, 5.2, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the special board meeting of Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Vice President Jackson. Is there any discussion? Ms.
Thank
Hall.
you, President Autry. At our special meeting, we discussed, the closing of Stewart and keeping Essex open. And while I agree with that, when I left, I felt uneasy because we're closing schools all in the urban neighborhoods, We're closing Stewart. We're closing Miller South and moving that into Kenmore. We closed Margaret Park, Erie Island, Rankin, and so those neighborhoods are affected. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan for Stewart and that we are not just leaving that school just empty, such as Rankin and Erie Island was, where they get vandalized and glass broken and just not a good fit for our community. And it looks bad in our neighborhood. We already struggle in those communities by businesses coming there. It's a food desert. So we want to make sure that we have a plan for those buildings and just to make sure that it's kept up and also maybe utilize Stewart down the line if possible for other programs that we may have that may need to be removed from other areas.
Thank you. Is there any discussion around approval of these meeting minutes for Wednesday, March 20th? Seeing none, a roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next are the personnel recommendations. Dr. Robinson.
Yes, thank you, President Autry. Okay. So I got confused when you told me 6.0. That's why I went to that area. I just want to reiterate a couple of things. And happy birthday to Attorney Perry, which is March the 25th today.
Thank you.
There's something about these board members and meetings and birthdays.
Yeah, we got to, yeah, it's actually not a new suit, but yeah, we got to do better with our scheduling.
Attended the Greater Akron Chamber's 117th year annual meeting, and it was just phenomenal. A lot of the things that I have on my list, our board members shared, but I just wanted to say SpongeBob was indeed phenomenal. Just like I went over to Miller South and they did The Lion King. Our kids, it's no reason why a producer should not be putting them on Broadway. I mean, they're ready. Congratulations to Piper CLC for being one of the schools to receive the Nickelodeon Super Bowl prize money of $400 from the contest inspired Consumer Group. Katie Marsh, interim dean of students at Piper, submitted an entry for the prize money and won. And so the money is used for Super Bowl activities, and so great job. Email that came from Rebecca Ellsworth, Director of Orchestras at Orange City School District. She just wanted us to know how important it was to recognize, and she says from her quote, "I recently had the pleasure of adjudicating the APS Winter Concert Series Strings Festival for the second year in a row, and while I heard many fantastic orchestras at your successful concert series, I'm writing because I like to particularly commend the tremendous growth demonstrated by the Buchtel High School CLC, directed by Ms. Rachel Thompson." So we'd like to say congratulations again to Buchtel. And the students should be proud of their performance and stage presence. As a string specialist, I am impressed with the masterful teaching that Ms. Thompson has done, especially as I believe strings are secondary instruments for her. And she goes on to continue to highlight the great work at Buchtel High School and the work that Ms. Thompson has done with the orchestra. And also we want to thank Dr. Wilson as well. And so our Be Kind for today is, thank you, it'll be on the screen, comes from our pre-K scholars, a perfect complement to our pre-K discussions. And in this video, Scholar Mahogany, who is a student in Ms. Kulik's class at Essex. This is another example of how our scholars are spreading kindness. We have it? Okay.
What does it mean to be kind?
First, it means being kind means to do not push someone. Because if you push one, you're being mean. And do not talk mean to them because you're being mean talking to them. So you're supposed to talk nice to them and then take care of them and your owner and your kids and your puppy if you have a dog. And being responsible means you should pick up trash if it's on the floor. And if somebody else does it, it doesn't matter. You saw it first, so just throw it in the trash. So don't just tell your mom, "Dad, I didn't even do it. Why do I have to put it in the trash?" It was how you do it because if he saw it, then he should pick it up. He shouldn't have thrown it in the trash.
Thank you. We wanted to bring it back, so we weren't able to see it the last time, but incredible. So once again, I would like to recommend Ms. Autry so that our personnel actions, please. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations?
I move to approve.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Dr. Molnar.
All right, putting my levy hat on. I want to say I appreciate the superintendent's comments, I believe in reference to item 6.6 and the alignment to the cornerstones of the blueprint. My questions are, is this part of a comprehensive marketing plan that the board is going to receive with information about, when would these positions go into effect? Is there a timeline for when it will be shared of how much these salaries will add to the $15 million in cuts that were anticipated in about 100 days?
You said what in 100 days?
$15 million in cuts.
Okay. So this does not add to our current budget. This is in preparation for next year in our new budget, and that's going to be budgeted for in that budget. And also, these are not necessarily new positions. We have one of those positions where we have to move a teacher off of a teacher contract because if they're working in central office, they would be on a leadership contract, not a teacher contract. But we have several that we're going to have to work through that. I don't want to rush that process because we want to make sure that we do it correctly. But that was preceding me getting here, and so I want to make sure that we do focus on those which we're already looking at, but making sure that we have the time to do what needs to be done, and that's probably not going to happen in this fiscal year or academic year. So we're going to have to work on that for next year as we plan. Some of it we may be able to get done this year, but some of it we're not going to be able to do. So I don't want to sit here and say we're going to do something and then it ends up not getting done. But we are working on it right now. And when it comes to whether or not that's in, yes, we're working on right now looking at where we're going to be doing those reductions or cuts in the district. That's not information right now that we know, because that's something we're still working on. But when we get ready to look at budget and all of that, then we can present that information to the board at that time. And when it comes to the communications department, we talked about that in the blueprint under Cornerstones 3 and 4. And so we have had a team, the team kind of coming together and looking at what districts around us are doing. We're not asking because, yes, we know we have a levy coming, and certainly we're not trying to implode the budget. It's going to be the same. So if I have a $1,000 budget, I just need to figure out how do I want to prioritize what I'm going to do with that $1,000, because it's not going to be $1,000 plus another $1. It's just going to be the same $1,000. I have to figure out how am I going to prioritize those things within that $1,000, for example, and still be able to do what I need to do, be within our budget and not go over budget. So that is something that we are looking at as we look at the budget. But we have to make sure that our priorities are a part of the budget. So that's some work that we're doing on our end as we get ready to as we're working on the budget. And that's going to be probably about another month, maybe 2. But yeah, we're working on that now. The team is working on that. But these positions are not necessarily brand new. We're repurposing people who are currently in some of these roles, not them, but their positions, so that we're able to do some of the stuff that needs to get done. Okay.
Any other?
Did that answer your question?
One follow-up.
So for clarification, we don't quite know how much the positions will cost, but they're next year positions.
Yes. That would be in the 24-25 budget. Yeah, 24.
Any other? Vice President Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. So for clarity, these aren't, you said they're not brand new positions, correct?
No, only one of them would be, and I don't want to call employee names in a public meeting, but one of them, because the role is changing, I would constitute it as a new position. However, the person that's in it can reapply for that position if they would like to reapply for it. But I guess I would call that a new one because of the fact that it's being repurposed, but there are also some additional duties and responsibilities that's going to be added to it.
Okay, because I'm just unclear on what does that mean and what cuts, because it's just limited information.
This is not about cuts right now. We shouldn't even really be even talking about cuts in this conversation.
Okay.
So that will come at a later time, but be assured that we are not going to, and as we are looking at cuts, we're balancing things that we are configuring, restructuring with what we are cutting.
So that's what I thought.
So we're trying to, this is what we're supposed to be cutting, $15 million. That's what we said we would do. And so when we're talking about the 5-year forecast, so it's a 5-year forecast. So for example, if we didn't cut $15 million this year and we only cut 10, but next year we had to cut 10 more, right? That would be 15 next year that we actually are cutting because we didn't cut off all 15 this year. But our focus is to cut the 15 this year. We'll have additional cuts that need to be made next year as well. But I'm
only asking because we're approving a position that we don't know what the position will cost, and then I can't make an informed decision because if it's just a swapping of positioning, that would have given me more insight on the decision I would make for the vote.
In two of the cases it is, and the other one would be where they would have to reapply if they wanted that position.
Okay.
But it would be.
All right.
A swapping, if you will.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Johnson.
Question?
Dr. Molnar.
No on item 6.6, yes on the copy. Balance, whatever.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
No on item 6.6, yes on the balance.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Excluding 6.6, motion carries 6-0. On motion 6.6, motion carries 4-2.
Thank you. Next is the approval and resolutions and motions in the consent agenda. Dr. Robinson.
I want to make sure I'm in the right place. So we are 23.
23.1.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I wanted to call Ms. Deborah Folk, an attorney. Harps, is it Harps? Please come forward. I asked them to do a presentation around the architectural design firms.
Evening to the superintendent, the board, and the community. This is an update regarding a request for qualifications to determine the architectural design firms related to the new project for the building of the Kenmore location for Miller and Pfeiffer. And with me, I have brought Mr. Todd Harps from Harps Becker LLC. He represents, along with his staff member, Erica Finley, the firm that the board has approved to do this kind of work with us for a number of years and has been servicing us for some time. This set of blueprints, cornerstones, will be part of this presentation. Cornerstone number 2, which is academic achievement and commitment. Cornerstone number 3, operational excellence and commitment, and cornerstone number 4, which is partnerships, family, community engagement commitment. We've selected those 3 cornerstones because obviously we're building new buildings and we want it to meet the academic programming that we're putting into this location for the achievement of our schools. We have to be financially and fiscally operating this whole project correctly to meet the needs of the program, to meet the needs of the COPS information that was secured earlier this year, along with the LFI items that would go with it. And then obviously the partnership number 4 cornerstone with family and community, because as we go forward, their engagement is going to be a very serious part of the design and development of this location. The agenda tonight will introduce you to this item. We will have Mr. Harps review the Ohio Revised Code Standards 153.65 to 153.73 and the 9 requirements that the state of Ohio requires us to do as part of this process. We will go through the request for qualification process timeline that we put into place in order to secure this set of recommendations to you. Excuse me. The APS team, final review and score sheets that were completed and returned to legal counsel for their tabulation, and then we'll have a conclusion in Q&A. So first, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Harps so he can go over the qualifying revised code that this statute follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you to everyone for the opportunity to be here. My role as your legal counsel on this project is to make sure that the district follows the revised code and that the selection of the architect for this project meets the legal requirements. Your committee, of which Deborah was an important part, is the one who makes the selection. Just so we're clear on that, Eric and I don't actually vote on anything. We don't have a say in this. We're here to make sure that you guys get what you expect and what you intend. So the process is set forth by the revised code, and I won't go into too much detail unless you want me to, but I'm here to answer questions, so if you've got them, fire away, and I'll be happy to address those for you.
Todd, can you come over here, please?
Oh, sorry. I'm not used to speaking behind that, but I didn't realize we're on TV. So anyway, so I'm here to answer questions. So if you have them, just fire away. I'm happy to talk in as much detail as is helpful to you into making a decision. But the revised code, nowadays, we've done away with competitive bidding, so that gives public bodies like the district the flexibility to use qualification-based selection for professional design firms. And that's the process we followed here. It's outlined by the revised code. What it does, it provides bookends, left and a right, and then your committee gets to decide in between on the subjective things that are important to them to be good stewards of the district's resources for this school project. And so the 9 areas that are to be considered basically revolve around the design firm's ability to meet expectations, their ability to meet the project requirements, their ability to take a design approach and methodology that meets expectations for the district in the development of this asset, their personnel, the key personnel that they propose to utilize for this project, which takes into account not just their education, their experience, but their diversity and some of the other things that are important to the committee in making a good value-based selection for this project, their prior experience on other school projects, their resources and abilities to take on a project of this size and scope, their ability to manage the project within your objectives, which includes things like cost, budget, contract administration, conflict resolution, and primarily for school projects, community engagement. That becomes a very critical factor in school development generally, but in this project in particular, community engagement is one of the key things that the committee focused on these firms' ability to have good community engagement during the design development of this school process. Their responsiveness to the owner's questions. This also, again, goes to their engagement strategy for this project. And lastly, their familiarity with the local area, geography, site conditions, and community preference. So that not only takes into account the historic nature of the campus that's being developed, but also, again, the community interest in this project and how well this firm does at developing that to meet your expectations. So those are the criteria that the law requires to be considered, and as you can imagine, they're subjective. Your committee is permitted by law to add additional criteria that they feel is important as well, and they added 4 more criteria, which was the design firm's previous experience with performing arts centers generally, their experience with performing arts centers in the K through 12 space specifically, their ability to work with AutoCAD, which is important to your facilities people because that's the format that you guys utilize for your building blueprints, O&M manuals, and things of that nature. And lastly, location relative to Akron, Ohio. They wanted to give consideration to local firms. And so basically they had 13 categories of evaluation that they utilized for each of the 7 firms who responded to the RFQ. And I'll give you the timeline here. So we did the RFQ release. The vendor responses were due. We had 7 responses from local firms. And then your committee met with each of those firms to evaluate their written proposals, which I've got them here in case anybody wants to look at them. But they were studied in detail by your committee. Then your committee engaged in vendor interviews, with each of the 7 firms. They came and gave a 45-minute presentation and answered questions about their experience and their qualifications for this project. Then your committee actually went and visited on-site tours of other school projects that the 4 shortlisted firms they developed. They took the 7, whittled the list down to 4 of what we called the short list, which the revised code also asks us to do. And then they went and visited prior projects of those 4 shortlisted firms to, again, get some visual firsthand experience of these firms' work here in Ohio. They did that, and then they met and they filled out these evaluation forms. This is a draft. It's got my notes on it, but the actual written evaluation form that each of the committee members thoughtfully, carefully, and deliberately evaluated each of the firms in collaboration. There was a collaborative effort to do that. We were there, Eric and I were there, so we made sure everybody followed the rules, and it was a legit process, which it was. And they came up with a ranking system for those 4 firms. And those 4 firms are the firms that were ultimately going to be on your agenda tonight for recommendation. One of the things that was important to the committee in the consideration of the firms was their diversity. And one of the things that we asked the firms to consider specifically was your board policy 2260.07 regarding racial equity policy. And those were specifically addressed by each of the firms that responded to the RFQ, and that was part of the evaluative process that your committee looked at when they ultimately determined who the best value selection was in the top 4 rankings for consideration for this project. These are the 4 schools that your committee went and visited in person. I believe, Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, they all had performing arts features associated with them. So that was one of the things that was important to look at in addition to the general educational requirements for school facilities.
Yes, that is correct. We picked Chippewa because it was a middle high school campus. It was a campus that not only serviced a middle school and high school, but had a performing arts center. We went to Talmadge City Schools because they have an outstanding facility for their performing arts, and as part of one of the local educational consortiums, this particular location also is a training for students who actually operate under their teacher all the lighting and all the direction, and they do all their set designs. It was a well-rounded program. You would be very impressed. Fremont Local Schools, we went there as an elementary because we will be adding Pfeiffer to this campus, and we got some great design ideas from them on potting and how they put their grade levels together. It was very interesting to look at this, and they actually built 4 equal elementaries color-coded, and what was interesting is Fremont is an area very similar to Akron. The student population moves quite a lot, so as an example, if I was a first grader at Fremont number 1, and I was supposed to be looking for the yellow corridor in 2, 3, and 4 services the same grade level. So it becomes very familiar should the students have to move on a more mobility issue during the year. And then the last one we went to was Cleveland Metropolitan School District, and we went and saw the actual performing arts school, which is a 9 through 12 campus in the middle of the circle. So we got to look at their particular way that they operate their program, and we got to also see how they engaged in the community around them. An interesting feature there is they have a great little black theater and no auditorium. So they get to shift their whole programs over to another location. So these were some of the very serious looks that we looked at. And I do want to take the opportunity to let you know who the committee actually entailed. The committee members were the treasurer, the executive director of business affairs, the chief diversity officer. We also had the chief of staff. We had the purchasing agent, and we also asked our technology executive director to travel with us. We then also took the principal from Miller South and Piper, along with their teachers, and they got to see these venues as well and help not actually score these because they were not part of that, but their input into a Google Doc was very informative as to what they liked, what they didn't like, and what kind of comments they felt that they saw on each campus. So I wanted to give you that opportunity to know they were engaged as well.
Okay. So the process then, once the committee did all those things, is they have to meet and rank. And so they did that. They completed the score sheet, which I mentioned. They sent those to us. We tallied them up, and it was just a math exercise. Most points wins, for lack of a better word. But because the items that they were allowed to consider were subjective, they could assign point values to those based on what they thought in their judgment was the point values to ascribe to those categories. And ultimately came up with a ranking of 4, which is in your agenda. And the number 1 ranked firm was Prime Architects. They finished with the highest score in the best value ranking process. So that's the reason why they are listed as number 1 in your materials. And so the board is now legally required to approve that, to approve the recommendation of the committee as to the 1, 2, 3, 4 rankings. Based upon the revised code. The revised code requires the committee to make the recommendation to the board, requires the board to consider the recommendation and either approve it or reject it. If the board rejects it, they can only do so for very specific reasons that the revised code permits. The committee's recommendation is given great weight in this process by the revised code. And if the board wishes, I can give you the reasons that you can reject the committee's recommendation. But as you can imagine, they have to be things like misconduct, they didn't follow the rules, things like that. It's not based on anything else. The law is set up so that the committee is the one who makes the recommendation to the board. And then once the board approves that and authorizes the short list that has been presented by the committee, then we begin contract negotiations with that number 1 ranked firm. And we don't have a strict time limit in the revised code, but my experience is 30 days is sufficient time to either get a contract with them or reach an impasse. And then if we reach an impasse, we move to number 2. And then if we reach an impasse with number 2, we move to number 3. And so that's why the law requires us to rank more than 1 in order. In my experience, I've never not gotten a contract that was acceptable to the district from the number 1 ranked firm. But that's the reason why there's 1, 2, 3, 4 in your materials, just in case something happens. And we go through a contract negotiation process. Ultimately, your committee will handle the negotiations based on input from anybody that you want them to have input, obviously based on Eric and I for purposes of legal requirements. And then that contract will come back to you for final approval. So what you're voting on tonight is simply the authorization to accept the rankings as presented, 1, 2, 3, 4, to accept that ranking and to authorize your committee to engage in negotiations with the number 1 ranked design professional firm to see if we can get a contract with them for this project. And then that last slide here defines what it is that we're going to do. One of the things that I do want to mention on that is the scope of work that we will cover with the design firm will include the general things you can imagine for a project of this magnitude and complexity, but it will also include deliverables that are important to the district, things like community engagement campaigns, things that the district feels are important for the development of this campus as an asset for this school will be carried forward into the terms of that agreement, and the design firm will ultimately be required to deliver those things back contractually. And so Eric and I will spend time putting those details together with your committee to make sure all those expectations are met when we come back to you in whatever period of time and ask you to approve the contract. That's a lot of information in a short amount of time. If you have questions, I'm happy to take them. Whatever more service I can provide to you, I'm here to do it.
Thank you for that presentation, Attorney Harp. Are there any questions? Member Hall?
Just a couple quick questions. Will you be overseeing the work with the architect firm? Or who will be overseeing the who will be working with the firm to make sure that all of the details and requirements are being met?
So your committee which may be a different committee. You can appoint whomever you want to actually oversee the construction, design, and construction of the project. But typically, it's the committee you have constituted now will have oversight responsibility for the design professional's performance, meaning whether they're performing satisfactorily or unsatisfactorily. My job and Erica's job is if the committee's unhappy, we make sure there's a contractual obligation that we can enforce or not, as the case may be, but ultimately your committee will be responsible for having the oversight and the reporting obligation back to you.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then one more question. I do appreciate you guys engaging the teachers and the staff because those are the ones that's working in the building, and sometimes it's overlooked. We just do what we want to do, and then everybody else has to suffer through it. You did state that there will be some community engagement also. So that will be what, like, as superintendent did with the redistricting, going out to different schools, or will you be hosting events or community events where people can come and speak about what they would like to see in the schools?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay.
So the design firms will construct, as part of their service deliverables, a community engagement campaign, and that's the word they use. That's what it's called. And they all of these firms, every single firm that responded was excellent. They all were very good firms, and they all have experience in school construction. The firm that is ranked number one will construct a very detailed community engagement campaign. So they'll meet with your committee and they'll say things like, what's important to you? What's important to the district? What are the things that will have impact with your students, with your community members, with your community leaders, so on and so forth. They'll hold workshops. They'll do surveys. They'll do in-person meetings. They'll do town halls. They'll do whatever the committee feels is critical to getting that engagement, getting that feedback from the community stakeholders, so that when they go to do the design work of the school, it's going to meet expectations. And so that would be important for you as a board, I think, to communicate with your committee as to what your individual and collective expectations are for that community engagement campaign when the time comes, so that we can make sure what's happening is consistent with your expectations as the school board.
Any other questions? Dr. Molnar?
Mine is more of a comment than a question, but I wrote down in my notes, thoughtful, careful, deliberate. Those are the words that you used to describe your process in your notes, and I just want to say I appreciate this presentation. I appreciate the thoroughness, and I appreciate the notes and administrative content. I did open them and review them. I appreciate all of these efforts, and I appreciate your recommendation.
Well, you're welcome, but that's Deborah and her team, not me. I don't want to take credit for that. That's all those guys.
I do want to give you a follow-up because there is an important next step. Once we get a contract negotiated with the hopefully first-ranked firm, which is Prime, the next process, as they go ahead and do this engagement and get a schematic design, that is going to be the next part of this. Once we have a schematic design, we have to do the next RFQ. That is for the actual construction manager at risk. This is the firm that oversees your actual construction. We will do the RFQ in a similar means, working with Todd and his group, as well as the Prime architects, if they are the selected negotiated vendor to help us. We have to come back to you and ask you to approve them. And then they are allowed to go out and work within those constraints to start the process. And this gets very detailed. Meetings are weekly. They will be involving not only, as an example, our last construction manager at risk. We had a lead vice president for that company. We had an on-site daily project manager for that company. We had our facilities director, myself, other people involved. And as you remember, for those of you who were here, the last building we did was with the grand opening of Garfield. So understand this is going to be just the first part of this process. I wanted to update you on the next because we're going to need your support, not only as your input as we do the schematic design and development, we're going to need that input as we do the next RFQ for the construction manager at risk. Thank you.
I would like to just add, Dr. Molinar, to all the board that there will be ongoing communication with the board and updates. It may not be monthly. it may be more of a cadence of every other month or every other month, but there will be regular updates to the board in terms of the progress that is being made on the building.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And so before us is a motion to approve the resolutions in the consent agenda, which includes this approval of architectural design firms and authority to enter into contract negotiations.
Thank you, President Autry. I would wish to recommend the approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 22. They are in proper format, and I move for their approval, please.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Molnar. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, of the board. Let me just say that I do not feel that this item should have been in the consent agenda. I would appreciate as we go forward with these types of significant items, if it's in the consent agenda, we actually should not have conversation if it's in the consent agenda. But if this is the way that you're doing this, I just want to note that as we go forward, it really would be appreciated. Otherwise, I will find myself having to ask that it be removed from the consent agenda, because we want to make sure that we're following procedure, that we're following rules and regulations as best we can. And so this item should not have been in the consent agenda. But I will, if this is the way that you choose to do this item, I will do that, but I really would appreciate in the future if we would recognize the reason why we have a consent agenda. It is not to receive a presentation. It is for items that are regular, normal, and no need for this type of information. So just point of information.
Thank you. Roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next is our business affairs recommendations. Dr. Robinson?
Thank you, President Autry. I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in Category 24, please.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the business affairs recommendations?
I move to approve.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Molnar. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Abstain from item 24.6, yes on the balance.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0, with the exception being 24.6, which is 5-0 with one abstention.
Thank you. Next is President's report. So I just wanted to quickly bring to your attention that our next board meeting on April the 8th is, of course, when the eclipse is happening. And so I know there was some polling that went out to attempt to change that meeting date, and we were unsuccessful. And so I just wanted to present to this board for your consideration the possibility of just rescheduling that meeting, because we do have training scheduled actually that Thursday the 11th. And so we are able to reschedule the training and just hold the board meeting that same day. And so if that is the will of the board, we would need a motion to add this agenda item to our agenda. If not, we'll be meeting on April 8th during the eclipse.
Yeah. I move to put it as part of our agenda.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry to add this to the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Molnar. Is there any discussion? Seeing none?
Just for clarity, that's a Thursday okay, you just have it on the Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So this is just to put it on the agenda, and then we, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. So now that this is on our agenda again, we have the opportunity to move the April 8th meeting to April 11th, which is our training that was already scheduled that I think we were all available for anyway. So that motion is before you to be made.
Is that time at 5:30?
At 5:30, yes. So we'll entertain a motion to move the meeting to the April 8th meeting to April 11th at 5:30.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Jackson. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please. Dr. Thompson?
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And so there was some communication with the trainer, and so they are willing to work with our schedule. So there will be another poll that goes out to reschedule that training. And so, and then also, I just wanted to mention that I think we had an email that came through about the Bookdole PBIS store. That grand opening is May the 6th at 10 a.m. So if you want to get any donations in prior to that, I think it would be greatly appreciated. I know their culinary arts teacher, Mrs. Henderson, buys things in bulk, so it's helpful to, I guess, deliver donations via her or through Mrs. Dreamer Whitfield, I'm told, as well. So May the 6th at 10 a.m. And that is all that I have. Next is our treasurer's report.
I'm just happy to report that we have received our audit. A few board members were able to attend that, so thank you very much. Our audit was clean with no material errors in our audit. If you take a look at that and compare that to other major cities, large districts, that's very unusual. I take zero credit for that. That credit goes to Todd Adkins, Wayne Bowers, and Valerie Mills in our department, along with the entire department. There are 15 people that work in that department. I'm the 16th, and they sincerely do an incredible job, take their mission very seriously, and so I'm quite proud of them that we're able to get a clean audit with no material errors. That's all. Oh, no. I do have a presentation. I bet you're all excited, aren't you? I'm sorry.
As long as it's not under consent agenda.
much of this information you've seen before. We are not asking you to make a decision today, so I want to be upfront about that. My PowerPoint says to make that decision on the 8th, so we will now make that decision on the 11th. So it'll appear on a board agenda item on the 11th. But we just wanted to cover and make sure we're clear about, is there really a need for reductions, yes or no? Is there a need for increased revenue? If you make reductions, do you really need additional revenue? If so, what are millage considerations, and how would that impact the 5-year forecast? And then what is the levy timeline moving forward if it's the board's wish to be on this November? This isn't really a great picture because it's the wrong time frame, but in 1976, all you people, half of you on this board, I know I'm getting really old, half of you don't even know what the heck I'm talking about. You weren't even born, or you were very young. But you weren't there yet, were you? That just makes me ill. Anyway, I remember I was a paper boy in 1976, and the paper was super thick. That's why I remember. But in 1976, we were coming off, of course, Vietnam. We were coming off a really bad economic time. And we've talked about recently inflation rates at about 7% or so, a little bit less than that now as the inflation rate starts to dip, and what an impact that's had on our families and us as consumers. In 1976, inflation topped 20%. So the economic times in 1976 were unfavorable in every way possible. And then a reminder, for those of you that are older, 50 or over, might remember OPEC. And OPEC was a conglomeration of Middle Eastern oil-producing countries who basically strangled the market and drove up the cost of oil, barrel of oil. It was more in 1976 than it is today. So gas prices shot up, of course, but more than that, you couldn't even get gas. And there were gas lines. So all this bad economic environment is occurring, but what's happening to your property value on paper during inflation? On paper, is it going up or is it going down? Well, the answer is it is going up. It is skyrocketing up because of inflation. An apple costs more, and so does your house. So inflation was rising. On paper, home values were rising. Interest rates were super high. Houses weren't moving, but on paper, they were rising. As a result of that, your taxes prior to House Bill 920 also went up. So through no vote, taxes would increase, dollars would come into schools, and while the economy was in the dumpster, schools were flush with cash. So he becomes our governor, he becomes a U.S. senator, but at the time he was a state legislator, George Voinovich. George Voinovich pins House Bill 920. And House Bill 920 says that whenever a levy passes, it collects that dollar amount in perpetuity. So when it comes to local property tax, imagine your income as an individual providing for your family. If I told you next year you're not going to get a pay raise, you might be okay with that. But what if I told you 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Eventually you would not be able to maintain any kind of lifestyle that you currently have, especially when you have inflation rates at 6.8 or 7%. That is exactly what happens to schools. So when we pass a levy, it is frozen at that dollar amount of local property tax in perpetuity. If your taxes go up without a school levy, it's not because of the school, it's because of other entities that you're paying taxes to. So, it works just like this. Expenses rise. Would anybody argue that expenses for schools is rising? We pay fuel, we pay salaries, we pay health care, we pay all of that just like any other family or any other business or institution. But of course, the difference being a business doesn't have flat revenue. And if they do, what ends up happening? They close their doors. They're no longer in business. Well, that's not an option for public education. So very often it's called the boom and bust cycles. We'll pass a levy. We'll collect more money than we actually need. We'll build cash reserves. We'll go into deficit spending. We'll hold on deficit spending as long as possible, and then we're forced back on the ballot. In Ohio, the average is 4.5 years is the average length of a levy. We've been off the ballot since 2012. So it's a long run that we've managed our finances in a very fiscally responsible way. So you've seen this before. This is the same thing we've gone over many, many times. This is all the base assumptions for the 5-year forecast that was submitted in November. And you can see at the bottom, it's predicated on $15 million in cuts. We knew all the way back at the beginning of the year that our 5-year forecast was not sustainable without additional revenue and additional cuts. And this is what our submitted to the state 5-year forecast looks like. Across the bottom, that ending cash balance, $104 million, and by the time we get to 2028, it's $2.3 million roughly. But that's black across the board for 5 years, which is unusual, especially in urbans, and especially right now coming off of the what people have coined the Esser cliff. So all that money that schools received is now gone, and so the programs that were started either have to end or they have to be absorbed by the general fund, one way or the other. So what you're looking at here is, so to answer the question, well, could we just not make these cuts? What happens if we just ride this out? So what you'll see on the bottom under base assumptions, the debt payments for this building that we know are coming, the $15 million in cuts are removed. The variance that we see this year is added in, and any expected increases that we might see next year, if there are any. At this point, there aren't any added in for that. And you can see that we go from $102 million. If you recall, in 2028, it was a $2.3 million carryover. $2.3 million carryover now becomes $126 million in the hole. So the notion that we cannot make these cuts, and there's no levy in here either. So this is no levy, no cuts. That's a train wreck waiting to happen if we don't take action. We're not at a cliff. We're not at a place that we can't correct this, but we have to take action now. So what you're looking at here is a 5-year forecast with a general operating levy, and what is modeled before you now is a $1.3 mil bond levy. The $1.3 mil bond levy generates the revenue to build North High School. The 7.6 would be general operating. But you would vote on that all together. So 8.9 mils would be all together. And you can see and if that were to pass in fiscal year 25. Remember, it doesn't matter if it passes in the spring or it passes in the fall. It doesn't collect until the next January, and it's a half collection. And then the following year, it's a full collection. So if we were to model that, again, look at the ending cash balance that was on the last slide, a minus $126 million to $71 million moving forward. Keep in mind that we have policy that says we'll maintain at least 2 months of unencumbered cash carryover at all times. It is also baked in the blueprint for excellence under operational effectiveness. So you can see that we start knocking on it. That's roughly $61 million now. A few more years from now, that number's only going to go up. So construction of North High Schools, that base assumption of $85 million, bit of a guess on what an interest rate would be, what it generates. That's an update. These are all based on our most recent numbers, AV values. And so 1.3 mils will cover that. So everything remains, in terms of the scenarios I'm going to show you, that what does stay consistent in all three scenarios is 1.3 mils for the school. That never changes. It's a combination levy. It's one vote. Even though they're separated out in terms of where those dollars go, it's only one vote. So what you're taking a look at here, and I hope this, so what we wanted to do was model different options so you could see what they look like. And you'll see up at the top there's a link to a levy calculator. So I can put in anything you want to see modeled. But at 7.6 mils, that's, almost, $25.6 million. That's $266 a year for a home of $100,000 in value. The 1.3 mils stays consistent, so it's always an extra $45.50 as long as you stay at a $100,000 home. And that's what it generates, $30 million combined. So what's it look like if we do 6.6 mils? Well, your tax bill drops from $266. Remember, that's got to be combined with the $45.50 also. So it's over $300 for $100,000 of value. That drops to $231. And 5.6 mils, now you're drawing in about $6 million less a year, and that draws at $196 per year plus $45.50 for the bond issue. So if you want, is there anybody that wants to see any other number modeled other than 7.6, 6.6, and 5.6? If you do, just let me know and I can model that for you and send it to the whole board. I can model any property value you want to see modeled. 400,000, 200,000, 150,000, whatever you want modeled. It's just a simple punch it into the levy calculator, and that will tell you what you need to know. So again, this is the 5-year forecast at 7.6 mils, 1.3 bond issue, mil bond issue. Keep them looking across the bottom. Let's focus on that bottom, 71,600,000 in 2028. Then what you're looking at here is, if it highlighted in yellow, is approximately what it would be, our projected carryovers would look like at 6.6 mils. And then finally, 5.6 mils. So the bond issue dollar doesn't drop. North's not at risk in this scenario that I've painted, but the carryover drops. So what that means is, as Dr. Robinson mentioned earlier about potentially in the future, we would be back on the ballot in 2028 or perhaps before, back again, or we have to make other reductions in expenditures, one or the other. So somehow revenue must increase or expenditures decrease or a combination thereof. So as we reduce the millage, which puts less of a burden on our taxpayers, it puts a lot more pressure on the 5-year forecast moving forward. So it is a very difficult decision to make as how best to proceed moving forward. And, you know, it's really anybody's guess on the mood, the vibe, the understanding of the community, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing that I can tell you or share with you that you probably already know, most of the levies in Northeast Ohio this past this past spring, failed. So I think that's part and parcel because of what people are feeling in their homes. You know, feeling at home with inflation rates that are high, fixed incomes, et cetera, et cetera. So that is what you'll need to contemplate as a board. What millage do we want to come out with? And then I think this also illustrates to us that we have to be committed to making these reductions. So this is our timeline. Today's the 25th. We're reviewing millage rates right now. That will become April 11th as the result of the change in date this evening. So we'll need to vote and make a choice about what the millage rates are going to look like on April 11th. Then the next thing that will happen on April 22nd, and this must be a separate board meeting, it can't happen on the same board meeting, even though they would be two different resolutions, they can't pass at the same meeting. We need a resolution, it's called a resolution of necessity. That's the board making the public disclosure that there is a need that needs to be met. Then we have a resolution to proceed. After or once that is passed, then both of those resolutions I take to the county fiscal office and file. And then we would appear on the ballot. Both resolutions have to be submitted to the fiscal office no later than August 7th. They're requesting or recommending they be by July 17th. I don't want to wait anywhere near, and Dr. Robinson doesn't want to wait anywhere near that long, just in case there's a problem. And additionally, it puts the levy committee at a difficulty when they don't know what they're promoting. Because the first question anybody's going to ask is, how much is this going to cost me? I mean, you know, that's the first question. What's it for, and what's it going to cost me, and what happens if it doesn't pass? And those are the primary questions that have to be addressed in any basic tenets of a levy campaign. So that concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Hall. Thank you, President Autry. Quick question. These numbers, are these updated from December when you gave them to us?
Yes.
Okay. And then have we, from December to now, with all the retirements, resignations, and terminations, has all of those salaries been put back into the amounts?
We run and you see it in your last monthly report. So I believe it was page 9, I think it is. But anyway, it shows there's a box that shows a variance. Is the variance negative or positive? And then underneath it, there's an explanation for where those dollars are, what's causing those variances to occur. Now, also, please keep in mind, these are estimates, and we're 1.2% off. So that's incredibly tight margin of error to be only off by, on a $370 million budget, to be off by 1.2%. It's never going to be exactly spot on. That's why we track it every month, and then we know. because of your point is very valid. We don't know what's going to happen on personnel, for example. We don't know if a roof's going to blow off that we didn't anticipate, and we now have a $4 million expenditure that we didn't budget for. There are a multitude of things like that that occur that can change a 5-year forecast. Another issue can be a different, you might not think it would make a big difference, but you could have just a few students move in who have significant disability, for example, and that can impact the 5-year forecast. Yes, ma'am.
I just have one more question. I'm sorry. Okay, one more question. If we do approve this levy, who will be promoting this? Will we hire an outside company, or will we do that within?
Well, typically, the organizers of the superintendent will put a committee together.
Okay.
The committee runs it outside of the school. It's safe to say, just like I think you mentioned earlier, we have handcuffs on ourselves right now in terms of what boards of education, what superintendents, what treasurers can do. So Dr. Robbins and I will serve as consultants to a committee, give them the information they need, the facts that they need. We can make factual statements, but the law says that we cannot say things that would influence the outcome of a levy.
Right.
And that's pretty gray. What does that mean, influence? Yeah. Facts is giving facts. Influencing people. If what I'm doing right now, is that influencing people? I don't think so, but who knows how someone could interpret that. So it becomes very dicey for Dr. Robinson and for myself and for you as board members moving forward, but at the same time we have to have enough involvement to make sure that it's propelling itself in moving forward. Also, running levies is not cheap, and we cannot use taxpayer money to run those. So a typical budget would be somewhere near $200,000 to run an effective levy. So at this point, Deborah, I think we have $870 or something in the account. Not to be specific, thank you, Deborah. You're like a soul crusher. But it just reminds me of that movie, where it's an old Christmas movie, and he puts the $2 bills in the bank and says, "I hope they make babies." I forget what that movie's called. Some of you know what I'm talking about, but they better make a lot of babies. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll be brief for the sake of time and not to belabor the point. I just wanted some clarity because something came up. Two things. When we had the board retreat, it was on a Saturday, and there was some community partners here, and they were introduced. Am I under the understanding that you had already started working on the development of a possible committee, or is that not? That hasn't come yet?
No.
Okay, great. And because I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. The second part I wanted to ask is piggybacking, I hate using that term, I don't know why I just said that, elaborating on Member Hall's statement, because you said that it's variance, it could be either plus or negative, and it's updated monthly. The reason why I just want to kind of, and please excuse my back to you, the reason why I want to highlight that, because I've been trying to get clarity around these numbers, the changing of numbers, and for it to make sense, and it's not really, it doesn't really, a lot of things don't make sense. And so I'm trying to process so that I can be clear. But when we talk about variances, and Member Hall made the point about the retirement, the resignations, jobs that have positions that have not been filled, if they're going to be obsolete. If it's updated monthly, then something that's quantitative like that, if it's hard numbers, then it should reflect if it's updated monthly without it, because that's an absolute. That's not what I'm just trying to be clear on.
So I'll give you a great example. So right now in your monthly report, it says that we are under, in other words, positively, spending about $6 million less on payroll. Is what it says right now, and that's a good thing. That's a good sign. However, what's not run on that payroll is what was not reflected on those numbers are winter supplemental contracts. So we spend a little over $20 million on supplemental contracts. So we have to run, and they're in thirds, fall, winter, spring, and those aren't run. So while I understand what you're saying run the payroll and whatever that number is, that's what that number is. But you also have overtime, and there's a lot of factors that make those numbers move and jump a little bit. And also on revenue, it jumps a lot depending on when we get our tax receipts in, and that's not always the exact time. And additionally,
okay, I'm sorry because and we can move on because I can come to your committee when the finance committee meeting and elaborate more. But so when we set our budget for the year, though, the winter supplemental contract are those numbers not? Do we not already know the contracts that we're going to have for the winter to where it's already in our projected budget to where so when I'm looking at the number of our expenditures and what our budget is for the year, I already know. I'm just going to throw out a number, like say if it's $38 million for all in, right? That $38 million, as I thought I was understanding, includes what's been budgeted, including supplemental contracts that we already project. We haven't paid out yet, but we project are going to be paid out. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think the confusing part here is we're comparing actuals to a budget. That's not I'm not talking about that document you have is not a budget. 5-year forecast is not a budget. So, we know the supplementals and we know basically who's going to fill them, and we'll know that, payroll, we'll look at payroll the last 3 years and say, we spent $152 million. It went up to 100 and whatever. We know what the pay increases are, so they're easy to calculate. But
can I just clear, because this is talking around, so this will be my last point. So when I write a grant and I have to give them the financial report, I have my actuals and what's budgeted. And so I know what's budgeted. So if I budgeted for $250,000, I usually try to spend up into the penny that I tell them that I'm going to spend. But if I don't, then that's extra, that they don't have to pay for the grant. It's leftover monies. So when you say the budget versus actual, I understand that language. So what I'm asking clearly, Mr. Treasurer, is that when we budget for winter activity, it's in our budget. So when we look at our budget of what we are anticipating as a district we're going to spend, those supplemental contracts, Mr. Treasurer, is what I'm asking you, is already in that budget. Am I understanding that to be a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So now, what triggered my question to Member Hall's point was that if we have salaries and it's a teacher that's retiring, an administrator that's retiring, if it's being updated in real time, because you said that's the only reason that triggered this question, in 30 days, if it's updated in 30-day cycles, then that amount should reflect in the budget of how much is adding. I'm just trying to see what I'm missing, because I think I may be missing something.
Again, I think you're confusing a budget versus an actual expenditure. The budget isn't changing. The budget is the budget. What that report is reflecting is actuals. So when someone retires, they don't retire till the end of the year, very likely. And the percentage of people that would leave and a position not be filled by somebody would be completely inconsequential on a $370 million budget. So what you're getting is actuals.
But a resignation and a resignation, does that stop at the point because they didn't fill out their contract? So because we have a number of resignations that are not retirement. So resignation means they end at that point, right?
Well, it depends on when they resign.
I'll talk later, just to not.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I actually had questions, but now I have a question about this too, if I could do each of those, but to try to kind of summarize where we are with the budget versus the actuals, if I'm understanding, is that what's in agenda item 23, the financial report? Is that basically what our variance is? Is the variance basically a summary of give or take 1-point-something% where we are actually compared to where we thought we would be at this time, given adding and subtracting positions and buses and roofs and emergencies?
It's exactly correct, yes.
So in item 20.3, we have, and other places, we have a variance listed, and we are presently at about a negative $4.5 million despite pluses and minuses that have occurred.
That's correct. As of right now.
Okay.
And that number could fluctuate and go up. It could fluctuate and go down still. Revenue could go up. We could miss on revenue count, meaning what we're also projecting is what's the percentage of people that are going to pay their taxes. Not everybody always pays their taxes, right? So you don't project at 100%. We look back at what tax results have been. Another huge variance for us that's impacting our reserves is our medical costs, which is noted in that update, are skyrocketing. I don't know if that's because people laid off after COVID, and now I'm not sure if it's a COVID effect or not a COVID effect, but we're seeing significant increases in our salaries, our expenditures for health care. And also remember that in our last negotiated agreement, employee share is frozen. So any increase in health care is 100% now on the district. And how do you budget and forecast that? It's a guess. It's a guess. So budgets aren't 100% either.
So sorry, so if I could please, my actual questions based on this, so we had 7.6, 6.6, 5.6. Are you saying that on April now 11th, to vote to establish millage, that we will have it narrowed down to 1 by the 11th, or we will narrow it down to 1 on the 11th?
I would anticipate that you would see an agenda. I want to actually make sure that this is copacetic, but it's almost blank, or maybe we have to put all 3 on an agenda item, vote no, vote yes. That may be how we'll have to do that. So I'll check and make sure that we're following procedurally correctly. But we have, yes, whether we debate more next time or we come in and we know what we want, that is the board's pleasure, and that is what we need to know, because we can't do resolutions or anything without solid numbers.
And to Member Jackson's point, too, about the business partners that came in before, even though we don't know what all of the community members across Northeast Ohio might be interested in, have any of those people, or are we allowed, or would it be appropriate to engage any of those, or people and other people who have demonstrated and expressed interest, if they have a strong inclination of what they think likely our community would be interested in? And then my last question, because I just want to get out of the way, also for this timeline, you mentioned another thing, basically the community wants to know how much is it going to cost, what happens if it doesn't pass. So where on the timeline would we have that information?
So what we have a committee working that's a combination of the finance department and human capital. I mentioned it previously, I think, at our last board meeting. We are putting together a document. That document will be completed very soon. We know we need to get that done, and it's of essence. It's all timelined out. It's very specific. It'll go to Dr. Robinson for his review and his notes. Then it'll go to legal, make sure there's nothing in there that's illegal. Then it would go to our unions for discussion with our unions, and then it would come to the board to approve that plan. And that's where you would be able to specifically look at an overarching financial recovery plan. What does it look like? How are we going to appropriate? How do we budget? What gets cut? What doesn't get cut? Why? It's all in this, 13, 14-page document that that will go to the superintendent and then move from there.
Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a point of clarification. I think primarily with the business partners, particularly the mayor, I know that they were more interested, they talked more about universal kindergarten, which would be a separate funding source to what we're talking here today. Universal kindergarten, meaning that every child within the city of Akron would be able to attend kindergarten if their parents wanted them to. I believe that was a primary conversation that we had with them.
Right, but that's
universal pre-K. Universal.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with
right.
our levy.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that has anything to do with our levy.
Yeah.
Right. That's a separate. That's why the mayor was talking about what the other cities were doing and how the other cities were funding the universal pre-K. So that doesn't have anything to do with this levy, as I understand it.
That is correct.
Oh, yes. My question, Madam Chair and Dr. Thompson, so the $85 million, how fluid is that?
Well, our construction council right here would tell us that
$85 million over 36 years, because I think our citizens in Akron want to know how much is it going to cost us, and why is it costing us so much?
construction costs from 2020 to today has gone up about, what, 16% a year, roughly?
More in some areas, less in others. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. So construction costs keep climbing, although it does seem like it's stabilizing a little bit. And you know, as a homeowner, if you went and bought a 2x4 6 or 7 years ago, you pay a couple bucks for it. You go buy a 2x4 now, it's $8 for a 2x4. So, I mean, they're just, construction costs are rising. What was architects put that number together, and they put it at 80.
Okay.
So we have added $5 million to that number, trying to cushion for inflation. But it depends on how quickly we move and what that dollar amount will be, because that dollar amount likely will only get larger.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. So I think that is an area that would be of particular concern, how fluid that is, if it's actually 80 or 85 million, or possibly 70 or 75 million.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So it's always good to try to bring good news.
I love your optimism.
All right.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And if anybody would like to sit down and go over this with Dr. Robinson and I in more detail, just let me know, let us know, and we would be more than happy to do that. Because it's a lot to digest. I get it. It's a lot. In any conversation you might want to have, we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Next, we have committee reports. We'll start with legal contracts and board policy. Dr. Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. One thing that I meant to put in my reflection, but I'm not sure if I said in my reflection, but it's also relevant here. Since it's been 12 years since our last levy, we are likely going to need to bring some policies to committee for review and potential update as related to the levy. So that is one thing for the legal committee. But for the legal committee, we had a meeting last Monday, March 18th, and last Wednesday, March 20th, there was a first and final reading of policy 5120. And so there will be a special committee meeting this Wednesday, day after tomorrow, March 27th, for the policies that were moved into roundtable that thought they had until tax day. Don't worry, you still have until April 15th. We can leave it in roundtable until April 15th. You don't need to rush or worry that it's going to go away. But the co-chair and I decided that it would be good showing for the community and for ourselves to have this special meeting to address everything that's been occurring in the last week. But tonight there is a third and final reading on policy 155 committees. This is not new or different. It is a third reading, so this was not due to that meeting, but we do have recommended action on policy 155 committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve Board Policy 0155?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Jackson. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Perry. Is there any discussion? And so we will stand at ease for a moment as our treasurer needed to take a brief moment.
Committees, 0155.
Yeah, if you guys want to vote to change the agenda.
As I fill the time, I will explain the update. The update to this committee's policy, really, it is the 2018 policy with one added sentence at the bottom of this policy, and this came from our board retreat and a public participation. And so the sentence at the bottom of this policy is, a committee at its discretion strives to respond in a timely manner to viewpoints presented during the hearing of the public.
Thank you. So it was motioned by Vice President Jackson and seconded by Member Perry to approve policy 0155. And there was no discussion. Roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Sorry.
No problem.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we have Finance and Capital Management Committee. Mr. Perry?
So we met on March 18th as well, and we had a rousing presentation that we had some technology issues with from our esteemed treasurer. But we did learn a lot about vouchers and about what we discussed tonight with levies. And a lot of what we went over with levies was what we were told tonight by Dr. Thompson, and looking at those numbers and trying to figure out how much we're going to need to ask for in the coming months. And like my colleague, Dr. Molnar, mentioned, I learned a lot this last week about levies from Levy University. And the phrase I kept hearing from them was, we can use statements that are neutral, accurate, and factual. Mm-hmm. And those are things we'll need to remember as we talk about levies over the next 6 months or so. But I know we're going to hear a lot about this. I'm looking forward to the April 11th meeting. Our next finance meeting is April 15th at 4:30. And we'll certainly hear more then. Do you have anything to add, Sykes? Nope. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Finance Capital Management Committee? Dr. Molnar?
I have a request for the Finance Committee, is that I was wondering if it would be possible to try to have presentations to the Finance Committee about positions and other non-budgeted items so they can be presented to the Finance Committee before they come to the general meeting. I think especially at this point in time, if we are considering asking the community to give us money that some families might not have to spare, the least we can do is ask the cost of something before we agree to buy it.
And so the chair,
Yeah,
co-chair.
we can certainly have presentations on that. I know Dr. Thompson's taking notes on that, I'm sure, up there. But positions and other non-budgeted items is what you're looking for.
Yes, anytime that something non-budgeted would come to the board agenda for approval, that we would know in committee how much it would cost.
Got it. Okay. We can certainly make that happen.
Any other questions for Finance and Capital Management Committee? Thank you. Next, we have instructional policy, student achievement.
We meet this Monday, April 1st. No report.
Thank you. Next, we have equity committee.
We meet this Monday at 5:30, so there's no report at this time.
Thank you. And so we have no unfinished business. We have item 30.1, tax complaints. Is there a motion to approve the 26 tax complaints for the year 2023?
I move to approve those 26 tax complaints.
It's been moved by Member Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Molnar. Is there any discussion? And so I just actually wanted to add in this particular item, this would also affect our revenue as well when we challenge these property values. So that's what this item is, voting on if the property values are accurate or not so that we are ensured the proper collection. So I just wanted to say that out loud because we were just talking about revenues and how they can fluctuate. So this would be one of those things.
Yeah, just another example of how the revenue can fluctuate depending on what ultimately the decision is in terms of lowering that. Usually it's almost always to challenge the value of a property. I mean, that's what it's going to be, to reduce it. Very rarely does, I don't think ever someone goes to the county fiscal officer and says they want to increase their taxes. Please increase the value of my home. Although something just came to mind. Never mind. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it. Zip. I'm not doing it. So yes, great example.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And next is item 31.1, a resolution, removal of responsibilities. Is there a motion to approve item 31.1?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Jackson. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And there is a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 12122G1 to consider the dismissal of a public employee or official of the district under Revised Code 121.22G1 and to consider the employment of a public employee or official under 121.22G1. Is there a motion?
Make the motion to recess into executive session.
It's been moved by Vice President Jackson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Perry. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Perry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. We are in recess at 8:27. We will be returning for additional items for possible action. thank you. We are back from executive session at 9:58 p.m. And so we are going to entertain item 33.1, Resolution 24063. And we will entertain a motion to accept that resolution.
I motion to accept that resolution.
It's been moved by Member Molnar. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Jackson. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Ms. Autry, yes. Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
And motion carries 6-1, 6-0. And next on the agenda, we are going to entertain a motion to remove agenda items 33.2 and 33.3.
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Autry? Yes. And the motion carries 5-1. And now we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Member Sykes, seconded by Jackson. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Autry? Yes. Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned at 10:01. Thank you.
Will we do adjourn this game?